Hey guys, how are you? It's 3:03 here in the Pacific, a whole hour and 3 minutes after I thought I was going to be here. So thank you guys for being patient with me and all of the technical issues. You know, it happens. Hi.
Why do you put the sound?
Hold on. Oh.
I'm going to bring her out here.
Hold on, guys.
I'm going to water now.
Okay. Oh, jeez, you scared the living shit out of me, kitty. God damn. Oh my goodness. Ay, caramba. Hola, hola, ¿cómo estás? Oh my goodness. So Rosie is, sorry, this is just funny. Rosie is over with Rick. And she went over there yesterday for a few hours because I was up to here with her. Camera doesn't go that high. She's been kind of on my nerves, like increasingly at a nice steady pace. It's like, and so I was like, you know, I need a break. I just need a break. And they love each other. Rick and Rosie, like, I think she loves him and he loves her. It's the cutest thing ever. He goes, I don't usually like little dogs, but there's something about her. Everybody says that. She's very lovable, but she's also extremely high maintenance and very needy and very picky and very willful, etc., etc. And so, yeah, I had this, I was guided yesterday. Why don't you just have a break? So he was up for it and she was all into it. She ended up staying there way longer. I was thinking, half hour, I'll go on my walk, come back, get her. But I came and he said they were fine and they were like cuddling. And I'm like, so then I had the idea of having her over there today because she tends to act up as soon as we start getting into astrals. Not so much when I'm doing this business, but a little bit, but definitely when it's time for astral and I'm like preparing to get into meditation is when she decides to be really needy and tiptoeing around and sitting right here and licking on herself all loud, smacking her tongue on herself while I'm trying to channel and do DMT. Last time I had my hands on my face and this dog just says all over herself. It's just a noise that makes me want to like rip my eyeballs out and stick them in my ears so I don't have to hear it. You know, like smacking noise that people or animals make when they do certain things and you just like, stop! Every time she licks herself, it sounds like this. It sounds like it's really loud. It's like this smacky, licky. Seriously, I can't. she was doing that as I'm channeling and my hands are on my face. And she, you know, obviously she starts doing this. I had to use my foot to get, because she'll just go on and on and on and on and on and on and on if I don't tell her to stop. And I'm afraid that people on the meditation are hearing her. If I put her in another room, she'll just stand on the other side of the door and scratch at the door. And she won't just be like, oh, I'll just sit down and chill. So after the last couple meditations, like I'm in meditation and I am in a certain state, but on this, there's this little sliver of me that's going, what is up with this dog? Every time I'm in astral, she begins, and it's just it's a distraction, and it's stupid for me to have to deal with it. So yeah, Rick's got her. Rick's got her, and then on top of that, he's watering the yard. He's been helping with Matt with that. I didn't water yesterday, and it's been really hot, and today I went out there, and we're talking like you lift up a pot and it's like super light because it's so dry, and I had to move a bunch of them out of the sun so they wouldn't get more dry. Then they'll start to die once after really dry, then they start to die. And because you can't water them unless they're going to be out of the sun, because if you water plants or flowers in the sun, you'll kill them most likely because their pots will get super hot. You just put a bowl of water out, the bowl of water will get hot eventually. But if you have a bunch of organic material, if you stick your hand in a pot of soil and water and plant material that's been sitting in the sun that's wet, it'll be really hot, and so you'll kill the roots and stuff. So a lot of people are like, oh, it's hot, let me go water my yard, and they burn flowers and petals or kill the plant root system themselves. So you have to be really careful in that when it's hot out. So anyway, it being as late as it is now, I decided, you know what, I'll get him on watering. Then that way that's not something that's going to hang over my head today. So anyway, then I take her over there after it takes me an hour to get this set up. And like a dum-dum, I take him over the leash and the harness and the dog, but not the harness on the dog. So he's like, what do I do? He's at my window, help! I don't know if you guys can hear him. Help me. I don't know how to do it. And I'm like, why would I do that? Why would I think he's just going to put on a harness he's never dealt with before? I don't know. I thought that. But anyway, so happy to say Rosie is being taken care of, and you won't be hearing a little clickety clicks with their nails on the tile during astral today. So I'm happy about that. Aside from that, I'm sorry about the whole cam thing. It wasn't set up. There's a couple different ways to set up live on YouTube. And one way it requires a whole other, it's called an encoder. And it requires this whole other program to run the stream through and back to YouTube, which is a pain in the ass. And since they started doing this other thing, which is just this webcam live thing, you don't have to do any of that. And I set it up this way, but when I went to go live, it wanted me to set up the encoder. And I haven't dealt with that in over a year. And I'm like, yeah, not up for that right now. It's like update and this, and so it's so complicated. I mean, it is, but it isn't. I was just not getting into it. And then it took me like 3 tries of a new stream for it to finally stick. At one point, my computer just shut down. It was just like, bye, and shut down in the middle of me setting one up. I'm like, okay. It was just like one thing after another. Then I was like, oh yeah, I could just copy and paste all the settings. Let's just do that. And I copy and paste all the settings. And I'm like, that's all the settings, not just the ones you want, all the settings. And I'm like, damn it, I have to delete that one and do another one. I swear to God, there was a couple times where I was just like, can I just sit here and cry about it for a few minutes? Because I just want to like bash my head against the laptop and then the camera wouldn't stay on and get popping off again. I'm just like, oh man, it's been funny. But anyway, here we are. How are you guys today? Thanks for putting up with me. Hakuna Matata. Yeah, no shit. Hakuna Matata. You know what? I almost always go through some kind of tech glitchy thing. It's almost rare that doesn't happen. I'm like doing my makeup going 10 minutes till live. Wonder what kind of shit I'm going to get into today. No way you're just going to sit down and start this shit up. That can't happen. Oh my God. And it's just been nonstop with the business, you guys, seriously. And that is a technical term for spiritual shit. If you've seen my videos, that's a fraction of reality in my world. Because I mean, if I had like a camera crew recording stuff, you guys would see a whole lot more, but there's only one of me, and there's only I have so much that nobody ever sees, like I always say, because I just can't. There's only so much I can do. Plus, I do art. Lately, it's been color baths. Oh, let's segue to color baths for a moment. I'm loving these color baths. I hope you guys are too. Super guided in this whole thing, and this has just been a progression over some time, and it's grown into this thing that I'm addicted to. I'm totally addicted to. Text us happened. Yeah. Yep. Karen says overall shit happens to you because of who and what you are. The color baths are so cool. Thank you. Yeah, so it's 12:34 into the feed. 2 people, 2 likes. Yeah, the color baths are so much fun, and I only have a small window of the day, and I was thinking into like the winter. I'm like, what is gonna happen with the winter time? what time of day, and like, how's that gonna work? Where's the sun gonna be? And I'm like, okay, not gonna think about all that. I'm living in the now. Right now I have a window of time between, it's like 5 and 6. It's about an hour where the sun comes around the one tree and before it goes and crosses over the sky. So the sun kind of does one of these things, and that's between 4 and 5 currently. And so I try to start as close to 5 as I can, and then as the sun is moving through the sky, it creates a different effect. And then I dump the water and refill, and dump the water and refill. Yesterday I did it 3 times, so I have 3 different recordings, and then I pick the one that I like the most, and I'm just kind of picking and choosing. Yeah, so it's been a lot of fun to do the color baths. The negative one, and I don't like that it's called the negative one, but it is the negative one. That's how we refer to that. It's negative. It's a negative. And so I was just playing around with different effects and filters and stuff. And I was like, and I like negative stuff. Not on people usually. To me, it looks really creepy. But for some things, negative looks really, really cool. And that in particular, it works. It works really well. That's not going to be the last negative one we do. Trust me. But it was really, really fun to do that one. The gooey song. Oh, that was in my pendulum video. That was fun. I was supposed to start doing art, and I'm like, oh, I saw this, and I have it hung up over here, and I saw that, And I was like, oh, am I going to put it on? And I started playing with it on my fingers. And I was like, oh, can I like wrap it on there somehow where I can get it to stay so I can draw with this? It's just so pretty. I'm going to check something really quick. And then it was just like suddenly, okay, good. Let me see. Okay, I was just making sure since I had to redo all this stuff that all the settings got put in there and the tags. It's happened to me before where I've had to redo, do this to, like I did today. And I didn't copy the tags. And that's like definitely makes it hard for people to show up to your live when there's no tags in your stream. It's like, unless they're a subscriber or they happen to go to see that. So anyway, wanted to make sure that's, yeah. So the Gooey song, one of my favorite songs. That was like, we had a few songs in that sequence that were my favorite songs. That was a really interesting. That was really interesting. First time I ever worked with this as a pendulum, but I knew that that's what I wanted to do with it. Not that I wouldn't wear it as a necklace. It's really pretty. It's just, I don't know. I really like it as a pendulum. And I'm locked into these. There's only so many necklaces you can wear at once, right? And I think I've kind of maxed it out. They have to be a certain distance away here, so which is where we're at. By the way, you did show us it before and talked about. Okay, I did. I thought I did. I was like, I haven't, and I'm like, yeah, maybe I had. Good, because I'm like, that's weird that I hadn't. It's so pretty. It's so pretty. It's just the colors are just, and look at the back. It's just really, really pretty. I love it. I absolutely love it. And it's super, like, it was funny at the store. I think I told you guys. I was like, oh, I'll use it as a pendulum. The girl's like, what's that? And I was like, this. And I started doing it. And she's like, oh. It was pretty fun. Wearing Aqua Aura. Oh, I love Aqua Aura. I don't have any. I need some. And so I looked up what a Swarovski crystal is because I was just like, I'm like, what is a Swarovski crystal? I'm like, that's not a real crystal. But they're sometimes decently priced. They're not expensive, like super expensive usually, because they're not actually a crystal. So a Swarovski crystal, if you look it up and Google it for yourself, is basically a certain type of crystal glass put together with lead, some type of lead that causes this super refractive reaction within the piece of glass. So they do some compression stuff with the lead in the glass, and it causes that. You're gonna put on a blue heart. You have a blue heart too. Yeah, it's so pretty. Gosh, I could just sit and stare at it for like a long time because I just get mesmerized in it. Totally. Okay, so you guys, do it. I know. Okay. it really is easy to look at. It really is. Truly. I was just like, it's one of those things you just really want to keep looking at it. And what got me today is that it had turned. I have it on this thing, this cute little basket thing that I got with my pine cone, one of my pine cones. This is my other pendulum. You guys have seen this one. This is one of my favorites. It's not so, when crystals are super crazy, when they're just like, what? It's like, enough. Okay. Just chill. I have a couple of those, and I kind of tend to not like to use them because they're so intense. This one is like this new guy. Like, as you can see, like I barely touch it, and it's just, I hold on to it, and it's super conductive. I guess that's what it is. Or when there's like certain crystals that just, they're really connected to you. There's just different reasons why some are more than others, but yeah. So this one really is. And then really kind of depending on my energy and what I'm doing or asking it. And then you can work with a pendulum to just kind of channel your energy. So if you're feeling, I find when I feel, why am I still holding this? Oh my God. I just kind of saw myself, and I'm like, what are you doing? I'm dying. Oh, the pine cone. Oh, you haven't seen my pine cone? Yeah, he's a pretty big one. I have a few of these, and they're super heavy. They're really, 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 really sharp and spiky. This kind is. It's super hard. Let me show you close up. It's super, super hard. And then I have other big ones that are a different species, and they look completely different than this. But these, to find them in this one isn't even in perfect condition, because when they fall, I mean, depending on what it's going to fall on, it's going to break or whatever. But this one's in pretty good condition. It probably weighs at least 1.5 pounds or 2. And it's not even my biggest one. I have a couple of them. Just from living up here just from living up here, I have several of them now. Inside and outside. But that one I have right there. It's just such a beautiful fractal. I absolutely love it. Yeah, I know. It's beautiful. I equally love the big ones as much as I love the teeny itty bitty tiny ones. I love the little pine cones. I just can't. I have a whole vase over there just filled with pine cones that are little babies. So I collect those too. Those are really spiky as well. Okay, so so pendulums, you guys. So they're really good for channeling your energy. So if you're feeling a little bit anxious, stressed out, you just want to focus your energy and learn to work with your energy. So there's 2 ways that the pendulum works. One is when you're just open to receiving information, you're asking questions slowly, decisively asking questions. And so and it's important how you frame your questions when you're working with a pendulum. And then the other way is to basically work with it and telling it what to do. So counterclockwise, clockwise, slower, faster, stop, forward, backward, side to side, stuff like that. So the better you get at doing that and channeling your energy and your intention, that's one way. And then the other way is for connection with your highest self, and then, or just like I did today in my other video, I was connected to the High Council. So different ways you can work with a pendulum, and you can use pretty much anything. But if you're just getting started, I would suggest using something that's meant to be a pendulum. It's just probably easier. Or if you have a crystal necklace, you can take that off and use it. It's charged with your energy, so you can connect to it really, really easily. You also want to clear and charge and kind of do a connection thing with any new pendulum as well. So, oh, I have a tingle in my nose. I feel like I'm going to sneeze. I just realized I barely have any of my jewelry on. That feels weird. Okay, you guys, and then we're going to be, we are going to be doing a couple different things today. Color bath is one, and then tarot and oracle is the other. We are just approaching 3:30, so the light is kind of hitting that area, but it's not super, super sunny right now. It hasn't gotten there. It's only 3:30. So I like to, when I'm doing a regular, like for a video, color bath, I like to do them later on. For today's purposes, we don't have to do it at that time. And even when it's just a little bit of sun kind of poking through the glass and the water, it still looks really, really cool. So any of those effects are pretty awesome. So we will, thank you, bless me anyway. Yeah, it's gonna come at some point, I'm sure. I've been sneezing. It's really interesting. Has anybody had this happen recently where it's kind of either you come across something or someone negative, or even your own kind of vibe kind of drops and then you start sneezing? Has this ever happened to you guys? I mean, I identified that a few years ago. I called it being allergic, empaths being allergic to people, but because you'll just spontaneously start sneezing around certain people or yawning. Those are the two things that happen, or you'll get cold. Something physical will happen. But I found that kind of universally yawning and sneezing, it's literally your body just rejecting the energy and just and throwing and just like really telling you, yo, trying to regulate your energy here. It's something in your environment is shifting it. So say again. Say what again? Be more specific. So anyway, that's been happening. I've noticed quickly in situations or environments around certain people, or my own. If it's my own frustration or irritation or whatever, I'll start sneezing really quick to kind of like internal calibration. Say again what I just said about, oh my God, this is driving me nuts. About the yawning and the sneezing. So when we're energetically in proximity to, usually it's other people. It's both. It could be yourself. But what I found, and when I started to connect the dots and got confirmation of a couple years ago, was either I would feel extraordinarily suddenly tired, like major yawns, like, oh my God, I just got so tired. And you're just like, shit, yawning, or you're walking around, whatever. And then there's the sneezing. So sneezing will happen to keep your body from absorbing negative energy from your environment or other people, sometimes even from your own self. If you're mentally walking down a block that you're not meant to be walking down, to kind of jar you out of it, your body will start sneezing. So something to pay attention to, this sudden tiredness or this like sneezing out of nowhere. And that's like, it's more of an internal thing. Like, it's not like anything flip your nose or, you know, cat hair or pollen or anything like that. It's just this real spontaneous out of nowhere, like 1, 2, 3 sneezes sometimes, or a real big one. Just try to think about connecting the dots and when that happens. Or maybe other things that happen to you, but sneezing is really energetically cleansing. And so, and it's helpful to have like the bigger sneeze, the better, to really just, if you feel a sneeze coming on, just don't hold back. Don't be dainty about it. Just go for it. I sneeze extremely loud. Sometimes if I just like go like that, my one cat will run because she's terrified of my sneezes. Because I sneeze really, really big in that. But I always have, and that's probably why. Because it's about clearing energy. Yeah, sneezing is awesome. Unless you're, I mean, I used to get in these sneezing fits where it would be like 30 or 40 sneezes back to back to back, where I'll like sweating at the end of it. I don't recommend that. That's when something is up in there though. That's happened to me a few times. Like one time I even threw my back out. True story. I didn't brace myself. I wasn't prepared for all the jarring of the sneezing, one after the other. After it literally was like 40 sneezes. I could not stop. It's happened to me in the shower when like, well, now I know if it happens to me in the shower and it's just a clearing, cleansing kind of thing, like energetically. But then there's times where, well, not anymore because I don't use that kind of soap, but I used to use like the soap washes and stuff like that, the body washes that are super perfumey. And if one of them little bubbles got up into my nose, it would destroy me and I would just be sneezing like crazy. So that'll happen too, obviously, but that's different. And I also, when I used to be a smoker, I was sneezing. I used to think I had horrible allergies. And maybe I did, I don't know. But one thing I know for sure is when I stopped smoking, I pretty much stopped having allergies. And in the summertime, the springtime, I don't have any problem with any kind of allergy thing. If I sneeze, it's usually an energetic issue. And I don't think I'm alone in that. I think there's a lot of people who think, oh, it's because of this, and it's really not. It's a lot of energetic transmutation going on that happens to coincide with the timing of spring, but it's not necessarily that for all people. I'm not saying some people are not sensitive to that, but not in the ways that they may think. You sneezed earlier today. Oh, well, yeah. Laughing goes without saying. Absolutely. Laughing is one of the fastest, easiest ways to transmute energy really, really quickly. But you have to like be conscious of that, you know, kind of. Whereas the sneezing is your body taking over, informing you of something. So, yeah, it's interesting how that works. Okay, so you guys, let's get a move on with the business. Unless there's any questions about any of that stuff, we're going to get to the tarot and oracle. And then after that, we'll do a quick color bath before the meditation. All right, people. We're going to do some angels of abundance. The Heart of Fairy. Angel Tarot. And Dragon Fae Tarot. I mean, sorry, Dragon Fae Oracle. Oracle. Alrighty, guys. I'm going to get started with the, whoa, that was fast. Angels of Abundance. So we got one card there. I don't have my glasses on, so I could barely read it. Where are they? Okay. They've been really bothering me lately for one reason or another. And that one. Okay, let's see what those are. 1, 2, 3. Declutter. Partnership. And clean energy. Food. You'll feel better and more focused if you'll take the time to clear away clutter from your living and workspace. Donate what you can to help others who need your items. Be sure to keep your schedule uncluttered as well. And to get organized. Organize with time. Prioritize. And then partnership. Allow healthful, supportive partnerships into your personal life and career, and both parties benefit as a result. You're receiving help from heaven, from a person who brings needed skills and resources. So when people show up in our lives, there's a reason, obviously, but I think a lot of the times we miss that there's like this flow of energy to bring things together, to bring people together. And sometimes life is kind of busy and it moves fast, right? So it sometimes doesn't always hit us right away, the significance of things, or how you met people, or why people are around, or what may have come to you, or why somebody is in your life. But there is always a reason and a purpose, and I'm just I keep seeing this teeter-totter, this kind of thing going on with energy and people kind of coming together. And sometimes we may not know why certain people are in our lives, or some situations. I'm just kind of feeling like there's some situations that will be coming up that could be simplified or overlooked, or not investigated or researched fully, or just looked at a very superficial way. So when it comes to partnerships, you guys, it's time to really start diving a little deeper with acknowledgement and asking questions and stuff like this in regards to why certain things in partnerships are in play or not in some regards, if that's what's needed. And if that's what's needed, then it's time for clearing of that space as well. So the declutter of non-helpful partnerships is necessary too. And I'm kind of feeling like for some people, there's some kind of peak to this energy. For some people, interestingly enough, it's in the it would be what's considered in the positive, and some people it would be in the negative. So for some people, it'd be like things are peaking to kind of like waves in the ocean coming together or moving apart. So things are kind of getting to a point to move people further away from each other so they can in turn get closer to themselves and others in their universe. So it's kind of like the cycle kind of thing, or they're cycling to each other. You see how that works? It's like the positive and the negative. And with that said, it's really important to stay grounded within yourself and your own energy and with you and your guides, and navigating that in a real conscious way as much as possible. Also, while deciding the type of people that you want in your life and being really intentional about that as well. Because a lot of us we've been through the dark night, we've been through the hermit phase, we've sat at home alone for a real good long time, and we've done our own quiet time. But that while we'll always need little pieces of that, for the most part, that time has come and gone, and we're in a new time. So we're in a new time of stepping out from that. And I guess what is necessary to look at as new people come into your life is how you're reacting to them and what's being triggered with you, positively or negatively, that may still be issues from past relationships that have not yet been resolved. Because at this time, what did I just do? Because at this time, it's that those conscious choices as far as what's going on is really, really important as well. Okay. Let's see who's here. Crazy. Hi, Crazy. Unless Crazy's gone, I'm seeing only 2 people here again. So sorry, I'm not always looking at the chat, or else I'll get distracted too much. Okay, so partnership. Oh, and declutter, and then clean energy food. When you fuel your body with a healthful organic diet, you increase your energy levels and ability to focus. This automatically leads to more efficiency, better ideas, and a higher vibration, which attracts golden opportunities and beneficial relationships. So again, relationships. So the more you take care of yourself, the more you're going to align with people of that same type of energy and lifestyle and understanding of self and universe and so on and so forth. So you can't sit around expecting beautiful, magical, spiritual, balanced, aware, enlightened people in your life if you're not that, because they're not going to want to be around you if you're not. Just like, you know what I mean? Right? So it's just like attracts like. What can you say? Like attracts like, right? So there's that. Plus, knowing what you want with the people in your life is super important. I used to think it's really important to think, this is back in the day. I used to think it was really important to, we're moving on to the fairy oracle, to know what you don't want. Because then I thought you're open to like everything else if you're like very specific about what you don't want. This is what I thought. This was a real lesson in my own life before I had any idea about the law of intention or attraction and or flow, any of them. We have the song. Card number 50, the song. Now we know better. Now we know that we need to be conscious about what we do want specifically in our lives, even and specifically about the people in our lives. Order up, you know what I mean? Like place your order. That's what I like to tell people. I'm standing there at your table, taking your order. What do you want? What do you want? And think about that a lot in detail. And then just have faith and know that everything in divine right timing and the people that you want, and know. See, this is what I think. This is what I think and know. Okay. The juggler, card number 46, is what I think and know. That on a soul-based astral level, we already know who's going to come in and who's going to do what and how, all that stuff. And so before we get there, we have this energetic imprint. And that's why when we meet certain people, we're like, ding, 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 ding. And it doesn't mean that was wrong if that person didn't stick for a long time or something happened. There could be a very good reason for that. We don't know all the mechanics, and we can't say, oh, it didn't work out, it was a failure, this or that, the other thing, because there wasn't a long-term relationship, friend or lover. Doesn't mean that always. Sometimes extraordinarily important characters come into a play or a movie or a story, and they're there for a page, a chapter, right? So you cannot base the importance of a person's, weight in your life or you in their life by the amount of time that they were in it in the physical. That's crazy. It's crazy. So, and you're limiting the effects of the energy of the experience. So that's something too. 58, the shadow of the past. Now, a cup of infinity. It's overplaying. I've been subscribed for over a year now. What? You're so funny. Am I missing something? Has it been a year? Wow. It just feels like you're answering a question to something I can't see or something. I'm only seeing 2 people here. I don't know. I feel confused. Anyway, shadow of the past. Shadow of the past, the juggler, and the song. From the heart of fairy. Oh, I forgot what I said. I do that. I do that. Okay, so we're going to start with this. We're going to go in order with this song. See, I'll forget what I'm saying mid-word. Because something will fly in there or by me. Ooh, butterfly. And I'm like, what? Whatever was going on there, it's gone now. I have no idea. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Oh, that's sweet. I love it. Oh. Now I get it. Now I get it. And ditto, by the way. I did a couple different rituals, if you will, very intentional at very specific times. Basically opening up the doors for soul family when I was ready to receive. And it was quick. It was like people started showing up like within a couple of weeks. I was like, oh my goodness, wow. It was pretty awesome. So yeah, that works. But it works both ways. You know what I mean? This is like what I've said time and time again is it needs to be a balance, a flow of this. I'm deciding to open up to this type of level of connection and soul family and remembrance and what that means. And then once you do that, it sends out that vibration. It's what Gaia calls the dinner bell, the call to the table, the family table, you know, the soul family table. And not everybody's ready to ring the bell or hear the bell. But once you do, then the unfoldment really starts to happen. I believe that, and I know that with every connection to a soul family member, like I said, whether they're been around or they're in and out, is another piece of our own puzzle that helps us see the bigger picture. But ultimately, it's up to us to see the bigger picture, right? So the pieces that help us build that picture for us to see ourselves with come from other people and situations. I mean, imagine us living a life where other people weren't involved in us growing at all. I mean, that's not the dynamic of what we're supposed to be doing here. We were not in that reality. We're pack animals. We're meant to be in communication and in relationships with other people. Our bodies fit together to make other people in very specific ways. And we're not meant to be alone. We're just not. This is why social media is such a big deal, because people are sitting around alone, but they're reaching out as best as the only way that they can right now. So we need to use that as a tool to come together, whether it's energetically and through the web, because that's as best as we can get for right now, or meeting people in our daily lives, however that works. Okay, so to the song. I'm going to shut up. To the song. Let's see what the song. Welcoming the energies of the faith. Thank you guys for being here. Love you dearly. Attentive awareness, hidden energy. Listen with your heart. What is the song? What does it mean? The song is energy and vibration. We talk about the soul song, right? Everything has its own energy and everything has its own vibration or song. In fairy, as we travel the roads that spiral inward, we are aware of the energy of everything around us. Because we are in the other realm, it is easy to feel the energy of rocks and trees, flowers, and grasses. When we travel in our human world, we may find it difficult to find any energy at all in the buildings, pavement, and stunted vegetation that surrounds us, but it is there nonetheless. No matter where we are, in a beautiful country landscape or a cityscape of steel and glass, the energy is still there, flowing through and around everything, connecting everything in a harmony of song. If you draw this card, it may be time to stop and listen. Put your hand on something close to you and be aware of what you feel. Awareness and connection are so important. Relationships falter when connections are lost and energies are blocked. We were just talking about this. If you feel that a relationship is stuck, try listening for the song of the other person. Pay attention. That is one of the most important lessons that Fairy has to teach us. Pay attention. And the energy will start to flow again. Woo-hoo. If you guys can hear Ariel, he's been going off lately. Oh my God, LOL, I know. Pay attention. It says it right here. Look at it. Pay attention. But most importantly here, relationships falter when connections are lost and energies are blocked. And really, let's face it, most of the time this happens through it's fear, vulnerability, miscommunication, all that stupid stuff that people get into because energies are blocked. So, okay, now the other thing about this is the blocked energy of nature. So for those of you who are in more of a city space currently, and I know a lot of people are working to move out of that kind of space. I was watching one of Joe Rogan's podcasts last night or the night before, and he was talking about how he's going to be moving from LA, and he's like in the mountains in LA, and it's still not good enough for him. And he actually said, and he knows nothing about energy, energy work, energy healing, or anything like that. He's it's kind of missed him so far. He knows a lot about a lot, but people know how they feel. if they don't intellectually know about energy, they know about energy anyway. We are energy. We live in an energetic world, and people feel energy and talk about energy, even though they don't know that they feel and they're talking about energy. They do. And he was saying how he goes, because the guy's like, well, but you're up in the hills. You don't even live. He goes, yeah, but I got to come down into it. He goes, I got to come down into the masses of people. He goes, and there's got to be something not good for you to be around so many fucking people, is what Joe Rogan said. And I was just like, yeah. He wants to move someplace completely elsewhere and fly in to do his podcast for a week and just bang him out and then go live in a countryside someplace so he doesn't have to be around people. So people are doing this and feeling this, whether or not they're consciously aware of it. A lot of people get into that, like they cannot take the energies of a big city population. I can't even look at some cityscapes or buildings, especially the ones in Asia. Like I'll look at a picture from a building in Asia where there's just building, stack, story, just deep of just people. And I'm just like, I can't I can't. That's why I live up in the mountains now. I mean, I'm above a lot. I'm over 6,000 feet higher than the plains of Southern California and millions of people. And it feels awesome. Okay. And so what I want to tell you guys about that, the whole energetic thing, energy thing, and what was said here, we may find it difficult to find the energy at all in the buildings, pavement, stunted vegetation that surrounds us, but it is there nonetheless. Okay, so one thing for us to understand, and whether or not you may know this or not, when we speak of the Fae realm or the dimension of the Fae, it is basically a superimposed other dimension of Gaia. So where I sit right now in fairy, I could be in the middle of a lake or at the edge of a waterfall or in a meadow or right next to a house or in a house, or you know what I mean? Like we're sharing space energetically that we're not aware of, that we can't see. This is why cats are so good, because there's times where they're like, where energies will just kind of blend, the veils are thinning. This is also why we can see the dragon so well. But the Fae realm and all of that nature, that was just that what happened when there was a shift in energies many millennia ago, and what was needed was basically a shift in dimensions. It's a higher dimension basically, but this is why we can go there. This is why we can tap into that. This is why we're so connected to that and getting more and more connected to that. This is why the Fae that are incarnate are super like coming online right now. And so, or if you've had any past lives as a Fae in any way, you're going to be super feeling those energies, and have been for a while now. And so what I'm getting at here is that dimension, that realm is all nature. It's all nature. It's all energy. It's all pure. It's all flowing. It's all energy. It's all truth. It's not, it's a different way of being. They work in a different way of thinking, and they find humans amusing in the way that they compartmentalize, because Fae are not like that. But aside from all that and getting into what they're like, what I'm trying to get at here and what's important to understand is that we can connect, we can reach through and connect with those beings and the whole dimension of the Fae, regardless of where we are. And if we just know that there's not specific places where the Fae realm is. The Fae realm just is. And it's our perception, it's our vibration, it's our connection, it's our readiness and our belief and our understanding and all of that stuff that allows us to start peeling back the layers of our own ability to see. It's just like that whole Dorothy thing. It's like you always had it in you. You could always see the things that are here. The magic was always there. You just could not see it from the lens of your perception. Once that shifts, you start to get into that and you can feel into that regardless of where you are. I know that helps me out a lot when I'm in dense populated, areas. I feel that extra layer of connection with Gaia. Now, people are a different thing, but it does help balance it out a bit. Okay. Oh, see, now you're answering. Now I don't remember what I said. Tell me again. You'd like to know if you have what? That's funny. Okay, moving on. Tell me what you said, though. Tell me what we're talking about. The juggler is next. Yeah, it's hard to have a conversation like that where you're like answering something that I said and I'm not sure to what. It's weird. It's really weird. But doing this whole like YouTube live thing and working in this way with cards, especially when I'm doing readings for other people. Oh, if you were a fairy, you would like to know if you're a fairy. Do you think you were a fairy? What am I looking for? You have no idea. Oh, wait. I have no idea. I want to have, you want to have been, but you know how I have. Well, yes, you've been a fairy. You've definitely had time in the fae realms, incarnate in that as a fairy, you know what I mean? As an angelic in the fae realm, incarnate as a fae, at least once. Angelics go into that realm and work with the fae on both sides. So when we're incarnate as humans, it makes it so much easier for us to connect, you know? So, especially at this time. So a lot of angelics, a lot of earth angels will just jump directly to like mystic angel is kind of what the term is what that means is you've had incarnations as a fae, as a galactic or a star seed. You've kind of been there, done that. I always wanted pointy ears and wings as a child. Yeah, it's like super. Well, I think from my own understanding and remembrances, when it comes to being embodied as a human, and then and it's different. It's just so different. Like the perks of human body incarnation and perks of fae body, and depending on what kind of fae, but you know, kind of thing. They're different. Not one is better than the other. They're just very, very, very different. But we have these deep connections to that. Now, as an angelic, we're basically we were never first born into a body that we can kind of relate to, or a home planet that we can be like, that's it. We have certain ones that we could call home base, that we feel in our, like, more attached to, I guess you could say, but it's a little different for us. We kind of tend to feel attached and not attached to a lot of things because of the nature of what we are. So, so it's interesting like that for sure. But I was similar. I was just kind of like that whole body structure of like the normal, like the wings, the pointy ears, being able to fly and all that seemed very reasonable to me. I was just kind of like, I can't see them, but they're somewhere like that. I have a reason for it. Same with the sea fae, exact same thing. There's sea fae in their dimension, just like there's land fae and whatever, you know, like them are people, different types of sea animal fae that resemble our animals of the sea, but different. So, Spock. I might have been a bug. Spock from Classic. Yeah, Spock with the pointy ears. You just have Spock's pointed ears. That's funny. I have tiny little ears. Teeny tiny little ears. Not very pointy, but they're tiny. Okay. I'm going to use my glasses this time around because that was kind of a challenge. But my glasses are just not feeling right most of the time in one way or another. Okay, the juggler is next. What time is it? Okay. Scattered attention, reassessment, priorities. Well, just look at him. He can balance at least two things on his fingers while running along from one important place to another. He's a very together sort of fairy, even though he leaves a trail of unconnected thought wherever he goes. Busily going about his business with one eye always on you, just to make sure that you are following along behind him. Have you even asked where he's leading you? I thought not, but it might be a good thing to do. He loves surprises, and he's certainly going to surprise you if you don't keep your wits about you. You may like it, but then again, you may not. When you meet the juggler, just slow down and take a look where you're going. You may be doing lots of things at the same time, and you may be very good at all of them, but just be sure you can see where you are going with these projects. Perhaps you are balancing the attention of too many people at the same time. If you scatter your thoughts and attentions wherever you go, you may end up running in circles and not giving anything or anyone the attention they deserve. All right, let's see what else I got here. Hold on. This card has something on it. Okay, so that whole priorities thing coming up again. And I guess it would be to just, and I could totally relate to this. I can totally relate to this. It feels like the pile and the list of to-dos is just getting longer than I can ever keep up with. And there are times where I'm just like, how do I manage the priorities? Yeah. And there's, especially when it comes to the creational aspect of things. I know a lot of us are really heavy and centric on the creational aspect and not with the, let's say, organization and business side aspect of stuff. And that requires foresight and prioritization, or an organization and a structure. So as best as we can, and I almost want to laugh at myself when this shit is falling out of my mouth, because we live lives that, especially if we're spiritually connected, where we're kind of like leaves in the wind, and we're supposed to be paying attention to energetically. And so to build a structure around that seems difficult. But we've also gotten to the point where we can handle this shit a bit better and not get kind of thrown around so much by things on a spiritual level, that we can begin to have a better handle on the to-dos, I guess. So much is flying at us in the now that it's difficult to focus on the things that are not in the now, that is important, that we do need to do. I've needed to order my business cards for like 2 weeks now since I redid the design and a lot of other computer stuff, but I haven't. There's a whole, like, there's this, feels like there's this whole space that's just like the internet and all of, like, whether it's ordering stuff on Amazon or setting up a store online or putting up my downloads or even doing my automatic writing, or, I mean, there's so many things that are all part of that. And every day I think, yeah, I'm going to do that today. I'm going to do that today. I'm going to do that today. It's how the last couple of weeks have been. I'm going to do that today. And I know we've been coming into this gate, so I'm kind of just like letting it go, because I'm also being reminded by my guides, like, yeah, you're conscious of all this stuff in the physical. And plus, it's been, you know, sleepy time in the middle of the day. And for some reason, like, once it gets to a certain point in the day, I am not doing computer stuff. That is the last thing I want to do is computer stuff at night. I don't know what it is about that. I'm just not into it. And during the day, it just hasn't been one of those, it just hasn't happened. And so, and then that's just an example. I know everybody has their own different things, right? But it's about getting in balance and taking care of those things that we need to take care of, so we can be more effective and efficient, and things can flow for us better all the way around. Yeah, big list. That's kind of crazy. Okay, so and I guess aside from that, a piece of advice, I guess, for everybody would be, yeah, prioritize, exactly, would be take a look at what it is, what's going on, and like, just keep an active list of what's happening, what needs to be done in your life, and prioritize those things. Like, I've had laundry that's needed to be done for weeks, multiple weeks. I don't have a washer and dryer here, else that wouldn't be the case. So I have to go elsewhere. It's time, whether I go to the laundromat or I go to a neighbor's house, it's still not super convenient. And it hasn't gotten done because it's not a priority. I want the energy to be, I want that whole area to look different. I want it to feel different. I want all the clothes to be clean and all that. But is it a great priority? No, I have other clothes to wear, so it's okay. As an example, there's other things that are priorities all the time that I have to take care of, and, you know, like all the children and the plants and whatever else bits of nature that I'm guided to deal with or take care of on a daily basis. And today it was a butterfly. I spent a good 20-something minutes with pictures and video of this butterfly in one of my flowers, and he let me get so close with my macro lens. I cannot wait to show you guys the pictures and the video from this beautiful little gray and orange and black butterfly. It was absolutely gorgeous. And that's a perfect example of being in that moment. I can't be like, okay, butterfly, well, you're not a priority right now. I'll get to you tomorrow or later on today. That's coming in right now. And this is what I'm being guided to do right now is connect with this butterfly and take video and pictures and get really close with it. And there's this other moth too that came to me right before it was dying. So in total, there was a moth and a butterfly today that took up about an hour of my time. One was dying and one was thriving. And yeah, it was basically back to back. Yeah. So anyway, just perfect example of how it goes for me. Much of the time it's some type of art or nature, pictures or video that comes in to throw things off, or, you know, I think I'm going to take a quick shower. Well, I kind of don't think that anymore. I used to. I'm going to take a quick shower. I don't really think that anymore. Because normally every single one of my showers turns into some intense meditation and channeling that I basically schedule for it. But yeah, anyway, we need to really look at the way we naturally like to flow with our days. And the other thing is difficult too is, I don't know about you guys, but for me, there's days I could be awake at 5 a.m., waking up at 5 a.m., or I could be going to sleep at 5 a.m. You know, those are two extremes. But typically, you know, there's a swing because maybe it was one of those days the day before where I was sleeping during the day, because that's happened. Where it's like, I'm going to do this, then this today. And then instead, I can barely keep my eyes open, and I'm guided to lay down and go into astral. And then I'm asleep for 2.5, 3 hours. And that's happened several times in the last couple of weeks. So, and it's hard to schedule around that. But anyway, these are just, it's difficult. It is difficult. And none of us and nobody on any side of this is saying that it's not hard to get a handle on and get ahead of get where we feel ahead, and then try to not be anxious that we're not doing stuff. We just need to write stuff down and keep a ongoing list and get stuff done and decide and, you know, make alarms and do what we need to do, and ask other people to help us if that's what's needed, to just, you know, ask us about certain things. Like I asked Rick the other day, I said, ask me if I've done this by this day. He was really good about it. He did. And I still haven't done it, but he asked me. But yeah, whatever. Again, not a major priority. That one thing that I was like, ask me about that, but because other things have been, but still, just an example. Okay, moving on. Next one, the shadow of the past. 58. Whoops. Oh, we got 59 and 58. I'm just noticing that. I'm like, what? I was just here. Past love, letting go, resolution. So, okay, here we go. The past can haunt, especially past relationships and past loves. In fairy, when you wander in the past, time takes on a different meaning. Things that may have happened years ago resurface as very present feelings and emotions. A love that was left behind once again appears before you in the same guise it had when you first met. Old loves walk in fairy, haunting the paths you walk, waiting for acknowledgement, hoping for recognition, accusing or pleading. The shadow of the past can be a help or a hindrance on your life's journey. A love that will not leave you, that haunts your dreams, whether waking or sleeping, must be greeted and listened to. If this card turns up, perhaps the things that were left unsaid at the end of a relationship could be said now in fairy. If you do so, the shadow, if unneeded and unwanted, may depart and the haunting ended. On the other hand, if you enjoy encounters with the past, then greet your old love with joy and listen to what it has to tell you and let it go freely. Holding on to the past can be an unproductive thing if it blinds or deafens you to what is happening in the present. Letting go can lift the shadow of the past and make way for the joy of the future. Okay, so really what I'm hearing here is it's about letting go to receive. And some of us, or all of us, at certain times of our lives, I think is a much more accurate thing, because to say some of us do this is probably really inaccurate, because we all do this to some degree, at least a few, once or twice or a few times in our lives. And that is to hold on, like, to hold on to things that like it's a duty, almost like we have to do it, like this is necessary for us in some way. Like, people think that wisdom comes from holding on to bullshit, and that's not wisdom. That's baggage, and that's issues, and that's chaos and turmoil and fear and anger and sadness and misguided feelings and twisted up emotions and sexual frustrations and understandings of self that has yet to happen. And because of that, it's all a confusion. And so by not seeing all that for what it is and letting it go, like it says here, in the shadow of the past, it's to let it go. And so there's a lot of us at different times of our lives that we have held on either to a hope of a reconciliation with somebody, because it's an idea that we've had, or an identity that we've placed on a person, like a twin flame or soulmate, excuse me, or it's just the feeling that it's just not over, and you can just energetically connect very easily, or you still feel intense feelings, so they'll just pop into your head occasionally. And for a lot of these things, an energetic realignment or cord cutting would definitely be advised, because a lot of that is honestly sticky energy and loops of energy, and the feeding of the low vibrational energy that comes with these emotions that we get, that we or the parasites attached to us, for some people, still for a lot of people, that's their food, that type of heartbreak energy, I guess, and so letting go of that takes care of a lot of things at one time. So this is about clearing the space. These kind of all three of these really do go together. We can very much, without even knowing that we're doing it, juggle shadows of the past, juggle baggage and people of the past in our present, metaphorically, energetically, spiritually. You know what I mean? And because of that, we're not going to get to this whole like soul song thing. Remember that? So it's very much interconnected. So one thing that they're showing me now to do and to think about. So there's two things. One thing is during our astral, on some level, I'm not sure what or when, they're just saying, to acknowledge opening up to these places within ourselves that may still hold pockets of of issues or ties or energetic connections to the past that is affecting us on some level, and to consciously decide to let that go. And also at the same time, if we are circling back in some way with people in the physical, to really pay attention. We're going back to that pay attention thing, and those two things are tying together. Pay attention, follow the signs to either, is this a hindrance or a help? Is this something to open up your arms and your heart to, because it is the right timing? Or is this a test and a check of a repeater before you move on? And you really need to, nobody's going to answer that for you. You really got to check in with yourself, or go as guided to figure it out. Okay, moving on. Are we all still, we're still good? We're still here. Remember the last one I kept getting booted. So hopefully, usually I get some, okay, good. Usually I get some kind of notification that pops up. So. All right, we're moving on to, the Dragon Day. Okay, so this is card number, does that say 30, 10? I don't know. It's so late. Is that a 1? Is that a 3? It's a 10. It's a 1. Queen Onog, a brilliant solution is on its way. We have the sun there. She's beautiful. We have the sun there, the butterfly, that awesome throat chakra energy, open, light, lit up. It's not blue, but whatever. Same thing with her third eye. See that? Both are lit up. Third eye, throat chakras. Woo. Lit up. Okay, one more. She's so pretty. She just like has this like really zen, peaceful. I love her. I love her energy. A brilliant solution is on its way. Have faith. Everything will be just fine. New Moon Fae. Soul scrying. Okay, we're going to stop there with cards number 10 and 17. Cheers, everybody. Okay. So, welcoming in officially Dragon Fae. Thank you guys for being here. Why can't I hold on to anything? It's been my reality lately too. Butterfingers. It's not that I'm not grounded. I'm grounded. It's just, yeah. I think I'm trying too hard to like energetically touch them. I don't even know. I'm gonna not even try to talk on that one. All right, here we go, guys. Seriously. last few days, it's been in one day. In one day, in the morning, I was so hungry. I made my smoothie and then I knocked it over. And most of it was on my counter. And then at night, I took the sardine thing out for the animals. And I went to go grab it and I knocked it over. And the sardine sauce was all over. Exactly the same thing I did earlier in the day. I was like, seriously? That's a classic one. Just sharing just a little bit. Okay. At present, you are confronted with a challenging situation, which feels almost as if it will overwhelm you. The might of the challenge is not truly as it seems, because within you are clever and indeed brilliant solutions to this dilemma. They reside within your mind and your ability to stay calm under duress. Do not allow yourself to be bullied by someone or something that seems so much more powerful than you. Keep a cool head and plan your strategy. You have formidable resources in the intellect you have been given, in the power of your mind and your imagination. Explore yourself and truly think your way out of this one. You have powerful allies who will assist you, and your intelligence and your brilliance are here to be worked with. You currently have all you need in order to overcome this challenge. This obstacle is one you can easily disarm. Be calm, center yourself, and allow the solutions to filter through from your higher intelligence. You have a beautiful and brilliant light inside of your mind, and as you shine it more and more brightly, this situation that seems so troublesome will soon fade away. You have brilliance, you have intelligence. Believe in your gifts and your ability and use them now. Okay, it says about Queen Onag. Onag is physically and mentally divine, incredibly beautiful, but she is also a very practical dragon fae queen who created a beautiful, blessed court where all could create and become who they most truly are. She is very practical and clever. She comes up with diplomatic and brilliant ways of protecting those she loves. The strong hunters and warriors rely on her advice and always take it because of its subtle brilliance, and through taking her advice, they always bloodlessly vanquish those who would harm them. They have plenty for the tribe. And they have plenty for the tribe. She disarms rather than destroys. When I see her, she appears with a large cauldron, and she is always surrounded by moonbeams, rainbows, her clothes silver spider webs, studded with sparkling dewdrops. She is light in her movement. Sorry. I just got a vision of her. It's just, oh, wow. She is light in her movement. And in her quick-witted brilliance, she often carries rowan wood, a magical gift from the trees. Oh, sorry. Start. Vision there. Really powerful. Okay, so, yeah, rowan wood. Do you have some? I need to get some. Every time that comes into my consciousness, it's like, yeah, I need to get some rowan wood. I don't even really know what it looks like, but it's supposed to be pretty awesome. Divinatory meanings. There is a practical approach to a seemingly unsolvable problem. If you take this track or tack, it will have fantastic results. Look at how you can follow the letter of the law, so to speak, and yet be innovative and clever in your approach. Put your own needs first and do not be a victim in this situation. There is a way out, and it involves using your wits and wiles and being aware that it is right and fair for you to do so when you have so much at stake. Using the gifts of the earth and of Gaia, of air and of water, of practical ends and magical results. Affinity with Rowanwood. I'm trying to find it. Maybe on eBay. You can find it on eBay or Etsy. Brainstorm solutions. So working with Onag, brainstorm solutions, get really creative. Think of the different talents you have and think of how to present yourself in order to outwit someone who wishes to take advantage of you. Do not feel that because you are a gentle and beautiful person that you cannot give as good as you get and better. You can indeed outwit this foe. Using distraction and ingenuity, you will defeat the threat at hand and win with integrity. I love that. I love how she disarms rather than destroys. That's true power, right? When you're truly a connected divine being, you don't destroy. You disarm and you connect. To destroy is a that's a sign of weakness when you need to destroy something else, right? So the fact that her energy, her powerful energy, and she says everybody takes her advice because it's without even saying it's like silly not to. It's silly not to. Why wouldn't you? It's practical. It's loving. It's kind. It makes sense. So to not take the advice is silly. And so to take the advice would be to connect with her and your tribe in general, and to being as creative and being as open as you can in whatever situations that may come to mind when this comes up for you. Whatever that is for you, like Karen, the whole stuff with your son, I'm sure you could resonate with that. I could definitely relate to that and see you doing that, see you working that way already. And if it's not a foe, if it's not a thing that we have to get past necessarily, if it's just, our own tackling our own time monster, that's what I like to call it, the monster of time that keeps pushing forward. And I'm like, slow down. You're not ready. If that's the case, then we just need to get smarter because, to me, this is a direct kind of answer to what we were talking about before about the whole time thing and making prioritizing. This is, yeah, it is what it is, but you can work a certain way to outwit this way that you feel you're, I guess, out of control, right? Because there is that sense of there's so much, the long list, it's overwhelming, life, and then a bit out of control in that whole thing. And really what's coming at us here is we've gotten to a place where we can really I guess take a look at our recent past and how things have been going and what's working and what's not, so to speak, or what is still in lack of being completed, or what needs focusing on, or what you keep getting guided to do or to spend your time on. Maybe there needs to be a shift in priorities. Maybe it's just, it was this and now it's this. And I can't just have both of these things being the big priority, because they both cannot be the big priority. Like he's, doing this. Okay. They're both the big priority. Whatever that may be, if there's several of those things, but we have to pick. There's only one of us, and we have to decide how we are going forward with our projects. or our lives, our missions, whatever it is that we are on the path of, I need to do this. I'm going to complete that. I'm going to get there. I want that. I want to figure this out. I want to do that. And I know I could like unfurl a map of just this like web of all of that right now. And I feel like only a small fraction of it is getting done. So I need to find that same balance in that too. So maybe it's just deconstructing what we've already constructed and starting again with where we're at now. And that'll be the brilliant idea. And that'll lend us to getting awarenesses and our guides helping us in ways now that we can be open to that. Because what I'm really feeling is like, look, there's only so much that we can kind of give you signs and stuff at with all of this, but it's really a kind of like a shifting needs to take place. We need to shift out some of the unnecessary things and just really focus and prioritize on what is happening now. What is happening now is different from what was happening a month ago. Right? Just a few weeks. It's going to be different in another month. But we have to deal with where we're at now. And especially today. Today, the Lionsgate and things are moving so rapidly that we really need to take with us only what we need, basically. So, yeah. Okay. New Moon Fae and Soul Scrying. Okay, the New Moon Face speaks. I rule myths and dreams which encapsulate truths about yourself in forms that you can work with. I rule creativity and the storyteller and that which enchants. I am imagination, instinctive wisdom, and archetypal energies and forms which cross cultural boundaries. I love the moonlight. And I know only too well that the light of the crystal one can mean madness or enlightenment. I am the enchanted, strange outsider, as are you. And so I understand when you feel you are not at home in this world. Sometimes I know you feel as if you are not a part of the mainstream and you can feel isolated. Please remember that under the moonlight, you cannot see the full spectrum of colors, but you can often see between the worlds and deep into the true essence of all. Do not feel ashamed of your strangeness and your shadows. They can be beautiful and mysterious if they are loved, embraced, and owned. But something is missing, and I have cast out a part of myself that I am now waiting to return. Like you, I am nearing a time of action where I must go in search of all of myself. But for this moment, I take solace in the reflections of this still and moonlit pool. And even in the stark lacework of the bare trees, I find truth and hope. You too have this quicksilver and primal energy, but I encourage you now to become practical, to deal with difficulties and separation, and to dissolve your fears through action, strength, and acceptance. However, do not shut out your own fears and intuition. What you resist and repress only regroups in the shadows and draws strength from denial. Instead, bring your fears out into the open and shine the sunlight on them. Embrace all of who you are. Your accepted social mask can now be dropped. You may now incorporate the power of heightened psychic ability, which can be hard to communicate and read accurately. Very true. Do not despair. You will learn to understand and interpret your own psychic symbolic language if you practice, as I am now in the sacred pool. If you do not make a conscious effort, your unconscious will continue to do the work on your behalf anyway. You may be a psychic nighttime being with fragile but powerful abilities, but you're also of the elements, and the dragon fae can teach you strength and give you the wisdom with which to use it well. That's a good one. Okay. I'm going to go directly to working with the new moon, Faye. Take yourself to a quiet place in nature and make a commitment to practice your meditations, your readings, your own techniques for connecting with spirit on a more regular basis, and particularly at the beginning of each lunar cycle. Also know that you need moonlight, as well as the beautiful brightness of sunlight. Moonlight will cleanse you and assist you in rebalancing gently and naturally. In this way, you will learn to trust the part of your soul you have misplaced, and that trusted sanctuary. And in that trusted sanctuary, it can return to you. Remember, nothing is lost, and all that is truly yours shall return. That is so true. Seriously, it really is. It really, 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 really is. All that is truly yours shall return. And as I was reading that, it was like, talk about paying attention here. We have the moon and the sun present in these cards. Maybe you guys picked up. Maybe you guys picked up on that right away. And I did, but I didn't. It's like, oh, look at the sun. Oh, the moon. But really, as I was reading that, was like this balance of time and energy in our lives, and really speaking to the fact that a lot of us are having this real transitional time of wake and sleep between night and day, where we're, there are days where we are sleeping during the day and we are up in the middle of the night, and it's just the cycles of energy in which when we need to be asleep, when we need to be awake. That was coming through at that time, that our awarenesses, our consciousness, the energies, what's flowing, it's different at night and during the day. And sometimes we need that daytime, sleep, astral time, and sometimes we need that awake nighttime. It makes perfect sense. So that was something that came through in that sense. And then I guess the acknowledgement, the last thing here is the acknowledgement that we are putting, I guess you could say, we're reconnecting with our soul selves. We're putting the pieces back together. We're remembering bits and pieces of everything. And then some. And reconnecting with people. I mean, this is a shit ton of stuff, you guys. Seriously. And while it's normal and human to feel an anxiousness and a push sometimes, that when the sun is coming down or coming up and going down in one of those, and you're like, huh, again? That's how I feel almost every day. Again, when days go by slowly and I feel like a lot has been accomplished, or at least I've seen done, things, and I'm like, all right, well, this was a day where, but then there's days where it just feels like, wow. And that's just what's going on, just like right here. And there's so much else. There's so much going on. And so I'm being constantly reminded that, yeah, well, we need to prioritize and organize and do those things that we are guided to do, like journaling daily and taking notes about what's happening when and how, etc., etc. Like those are priorities. Like there are certain shifts in I think what's going on right now, honestly, you guys, is we have had certain shifts in the way that we live, and from top to bottom. in many different ways, in many different levels, either from where we physically reside, how we're sleeping, how we're eating, who's in our daily lives, who we're talking to, what's around, from the animals in our lives to the people in our lives to, I mean, all sorts of stuff, how we're spending our day, what we're doing, what we're creating, what we're focusing on, what we're not, who's gone, who's in, who's out, what's up, what's down, what's, and for those of us in project stages, it can be and feel very overwhelming. So without getting all back into all of that, what is important to recognize is that, well, hold on. Oh, did I move those? Oh, I moved those cards. Oh no, here they are. These two cards, I was guided to pull cards for myself the other day from the Archangel Oracle. And these two cards came up. It was Sensitivity from Haniel. And that says, you are extra sensitive to energies and emotions right now. Honor yourself and your feelings. And the other one was Shamuel with Peace. And peace, it says for peace, peace comes from remembering that only love is real. So if our frustration is time, projects, not getting stuff done, a to-do list that seems to be growing, et cetera, plus what we're doing in the astral, 5 o'clock on the button, you guys. It's okay to take a beat, you know, too, as well. Also, oh, you guys, the sun is starting to come through in a good way. And I wanted to ask you guys, I really don't have anything prepared for what we're doing for the color bath, or what color or colors or anything like that. So if you guys want to chime in, I am open. I don't have a lot of colors, but I have like most of the primaries. I need to get more, and I will be getting more. I just dropped cards, but they're going back in. Is that a blue, purple, pink? Wow, I'm really surprised that more people didn't show up today. Or yet, anyway. We have 6 of Earth. This is interesting. I'm guided to take this into little piles and then pull from the little piles the Lovers. You guys notice that there's been some kind of lovers thing in every single one of the readings for a few months now, a couple months now at least. You notice that? Almost every single time. Some, but some, or multiple. But we have multiple of those in one way or another. Whoa. Just grabbed 3 cards all at once. Gilbert! Hello, Gilbert. We have Knight of Air, 7 of Air, and 17, the Star. Knight of Air came up earlier when I was doing my pendulum, and Michael came through. So second time today, this card has come in. Intelligent, decisive, idealistic, tireless. Events that occur with great speed. Take time to carefully review your options. Creative solutions. So again, using creativity to solve solutions. That message was with the Onog, and it's with the Knight of Air. And what I'm hearing with this is like, okay, yeah, being creative and solving solutions and thinking outside the box is one thing. Using your creativity to solve your financial issues and problems, using your gifts of creativity, it's also speaking to that. And then we have 8 of Earth, 6 of Earth, 8 of Earth, 7. So 6, 7, 8, 2 6s, 7 and 17. We have Knight of Air. Hey, I was called Gabriel again today, and I'm a big listener to music and Zap. Rogers were so projecting. I don't know what that means. What's Zap Rogers? I don't know what that means. Whoops. Oh, what was that? Let's see. Queen of Water. Computer love. I don't know what that means. Queen of Water, tender-hearted, empathetic, patient, loving. Relationships develop to a new level. Trust your intuition. Care for yourself and others. So we have the Lovers, the Queen of Water, talking about relationships, gifts of money, time, effort, new career opportunities, skill work is rewarded. This is all along the lines of abundance in the form of using creativity. Happy times, make positive, optimistic, long-term plans. On the right path. Skilled work is rewarded. Learning. Okay, so this one right. Seriously? Yeah, I don't know who they are. I don't know. Sorry. Oh, my stomach is growling. Sorry if I just put my butt right on the camera. 8 of Earth, talking about skilled work is rewarded. Learning about a craft. And really what that's saying to me is, again, focusing. Kind of like we may have different like interests or different things that are kind of pulling us in different directions, but really to focus on one or two things. So again, just reiterating that same thing. So we got the Star, the Lovers, the Queen, 6, 7, and 8. Knight of Air, Queen of Water. So air and water, the Knight of Air, Queen of Water. The Star and the Lovers. Intimate relationship. Carefully weigh your decisions. Good health. Happy times. Make positive. It's really interesting the way that this rainbow from, I think it's my Cosmic Fairy portal. Yep, pretty sure. Ink. Let's see what else would be doing it. There's this rainbow directly on Archangel Raphael. Like the whole front of him is lit up with this rainbow. Seriously. It's really cool. Let me see if I can show you without effing up too much stuff. Ah! Oh my God, right now. Okay, this is so not easy. There. See that? It was just like that. I was like, what? Oh, I'm losing it again. Anyway, that got my attention. I'm going to regret doing that. All right, that's what it's going to stay. Oh, you can see more. That's better anyway. You can see more of my pretty things. Oh, on me? For your eyes. Oh, funny. Oh, that's cool. Oh, I see it. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that that's coming from your Cosmic Fairy portal. The pink one. Yeah. Oh, let me turn off these lights. I don't know if that's gonna change a whole lot of stuff. It's pretty bright in here. No, it was just the sun. You guys see that? On the walls at all? I can't tell from here. But yeah, that's the pink Cosmic Fairy portal. The blue one is not in the sun right now. But all of that, that's what I was talking about the other day, that there. Oh. And you know what Rick said? Because Rick lives right there. And sometimes when I'm doing my color baths, he'll just stand in his kitchen. But the other day I was doing a color bath, and he was like, oh, you have to tell your friend that when you were doing that, I was watching your window through my window, that it was putting off the prettiest rainbow colors and bright lights. And I was like, oh, I know. I sit in my house. I feel it and I see it. Like right now, it is so like sometimes it's this You see that? Sometimes it's like, I was sitting here the other day, I was drawing, and all of a sudden, like, something caught my eye, and I look up, and there's this most intense indigo color just hovering there. And I was like, oh, like totally mesmerized by it. And it was from one of the crystals on the pink the pink one. It was awesome. Yeah, it's awesome. Like, oh, there's, the colors change in those beads, and put off the, as you can see, really, really pretty light. Really pretty light at this time of the day. It's just magical in here. So pretty. Yeah, there you go. Ooh. Trying to get it away from the window. Okay, you guys. So we're gonna do a color bath. I think we're done with the tarot. Unless you guys have a question, or does anybody have a question, or would like a card, or I could break out the pendulum again? I do need to stick a couple of chips in my mouth because I'm getting hungry. We've been here for 2 hours, 11 minutes, and 55 seconds. We have 4 people, 2 likes. Bath time, yeah. What time is it? 5:15. I'm like, where did I do with it? Let's stick with the angel oracle. I mean, the angel tarot. Excuse my munching, guys. I cycle through a lot of energy when I do this stuff. So, and we're going to get into astral. I'm going to need to stuff my face with something real quick. In between this. Okay. We have Willow and Karen asking for cards. So we'll go with Willow first. And right when I was thinking that, before my mouth could catch up with what I was saying, a card flipped. And then just right now, another card stuck. So we're going to do it like this. This first card is Willow's, and the second card is Karen's. Okay. Archangel Michael with the wheel. A time of positive change. A situation suddenly moves forward. Fortune is on your side. Oh, you have to get a third. Okay, then. Michael says, how are you liking your new blue crystal? your aqua aura. He says, do you like what I guided you to? Did you know that was him? That's what he's saying for you. That's what he's saying. Because he's showing, look at, there's these, let me see what I'm showing you. I got, see those blue? They're like, there are other things too, but when I looked at them, I saw blue crystals. I was like, oh wow, those look like blue crystals to me right now. And then he goes, yeah, he goes, kind of like her aqua aura. He goes, ask her if she likes that. I wanted to make sure that she had it, especially for today. So there you go. Michael. And he says, truly though, you are on, you're feeling it big time. You're almost like Energizer buddy. Do you feel you're like, you relate more into the high uptake in energy than the slow down energy? He's like, so you're feeling it. You're like big time. You're not requiring a lot of sleep right now. Your meals are staying kind of light, but you're needing to eat frequently. He's saying, yeah, you should probably stay if you have dabbled or you're noticing maybe some more sensitivities to dairy right now. Have you been feeling that? Or certain types of dairy? So if you get gassy or something that's making you gassy, or maybe that's like, I'm relating to that because that I could relate to that, but that's what he's kind of showing me. Oh yeah, cheese. Okay. So he's saying you might, because it's disrupting your balance, your flow, this sacral chakra, like bloated kind of with the farts and all that kind of, even though you love cheese. And what he's saying is pay attention to what dairy. So he's not saying even stop doing dairy because you're not, he's like, that's not necessary. It's certain dairy or certain cheeses. So some cheese may be affecting you more than others. So think about or pay attention, if you have like a cheddar cheese versus a goat cheese or mozzarella cheese or whatever, that, maybe some might affect you more intensely than others. You may want to try it if you love cheese. Maybe the drier cheeses might not affect you so intensely. And the aqua aura will help you with that as well. But yeah, try to figure out your cheese thing. You want to eat some cheese right now. I know, I love cheese too. Absolutely love cheese. I don't eat it even as much as I used to because I just don't, but cheese is a absolute staple in my life still. So anyway, Willow Pillow. Let me see if there's anything else. He says, keep it up, obviously, with the work that you're doing with the portals, and you're going to need to start sketching your designs more in real time because they're going to start coming to you faster, and it's going to be easier for you to do that if you haven't started to do that already. He's like, you've thought about it maybe, or you're kind of doing it here and there, but it would just really be good kind of just to draw out your plans as they're coming to you when you wake up. So you're getting a lot of this like during astral and stuff. So this is also part of it. So sketching your portals would be good. Does that make sense? Or have you thought about doing that? Have you been doing that? Does it sound like a good idea? Any of the above? These are so good. Sweet. Alrighty. He goes, Michael, with you and over and out. For now. Alrighty. Moving on. Sending love light. Alrighty, next. 4 of air for our dear sweet Karen. time to rest or take a vacation. Allow more time before making a decision. Meditation may provide answers. Hold on. Okay, so what I'm hearing here is, and I already know this, but this, aside from what I know, what I'm seeing here, and with this card and with this message here, time to rest or take a vacation, allow more time before making a decision. Meditation may provide answers. Is that there is this whole thing going on with you and your connection with nature at this time, or you're really being drawn into that whole thing like never before, really. And you're experiencing things, you're connecting to things, you're seeing things that you haven't before. And the advice is that it would be really, now you're already planning on moving eventually and leaving North Carolina and getting into nature and all that. We know that, you've been talking about that. But what just came now is that there may be an opportunity coming up for you to just dive into nature for a short amount of time in some way. Just be open to this, maybe an overnight into the country or somewhere that you can get to, or there's something going, there may be something happening, or an opportunity may come up, or you may have hear of something may come up, or you can start to make it happen for yourself where you can take some type of trip into nature. I'm hearing even if it's to take a bus ride or an Amtrak early in the morning to some place that's not too far away, like make a day of it, or do an overnighter, even if it's by yourself via Amtrak to some place. And I'm hearing, you know, a lot of times you're up at night anyway, so you can sleep on the train, you can get someplace. You don't even have to like get a room if you don't want to, because you're not going to spend a whole lot of time in it anyway. It's kind of like take a train someplace that's a couple hours away that you can get into nature and be someplace different, really connect with Gaia, with the Fae, with yourself. Just go someplace, just start researching something like that. It wouldn't cost a whole lot of money. And I'm hearing there are places that you still need to discover before you do leave North Carolina. So these would be short trips for you to get into places around where you're currently living. So there's still work for you to do, and like activating energies and stuff like that, or maybe meeting people. I don't know, but you need to kind of do that. And that's what this card is showing me. This will also really help you with all of this stuff when it comes to the, you know, Adrian thing and dealing with all that. So that'll definitely help you with that. Also on these trips, whether it's on the train or from wherever it is that you may end up going, to journal, to take a journal with you and to do automatic writing in these spaces. And to start getting into the habit of taking more pictures when you're out in nature, when you're on your walks, when you see things, when you're looking at trees when you go through your pictures, you can it takes you back to that and you can remember things. Okay. All right. And then Gilbert gets a card. So here, Gilbert. Oh, we've got full sunlight through the window, you guys. We're going to get into the color bath here in just a minute. I am super excited. You're welcome, my love. Very welcome. Hopefully that resonated with you. And just so you know, I guess for me, it goes without saying, but you doing this is going to be really, really, it's going to feel really good. It's going to feel really, really, really good to get out of your space. You're just you're feeling it. They're just showing me, you're just like, oh, it's like a pressure cooker. Like you're going to pop and you don't want to pop and not in a bad, but you're just like, I'm over this energy and this place and these people and this space. And I want to get the F out of here. And there's that going on. So there's some frustration. So this will really kind of like me getting rid of my dog for a little bit. This will really help diffuse some of that energy. So you getting away, taking a train ride or whatever, this is what's come to me that would be kind of easy. You doing that will just really kind of daydreaming about cheese. Hilarious. All right. And number 16 in the major arcana, life experience with Archangel Chamuel. Make sure you guys can see that. Sorry. You do feel that? Awesome. 22702, 3 people, 4 likes. I guess we have 4 people here. Life experience, Archangel Chamuel, a significant life event, a powerful revelation that leads to change. Time to spread your wings. I'm being asked to ask you about alone time. And if you're getting good quality alone time or meditative time or time in nature or anything like that, or if your days are busy with a lot of stuff and people and that sort of thing. There's been resistance, I'm hearing. There's been a resistance. And it's more about, are you here? Hello? Okay, so what needs to happen, the advice, because we always have situation, then advice. Because me reading a situation and getting information does us no good unless we have advice, right? So the advice is to schedule time for yourself and whatever, your alone time needs to be not that you're not getting alone time, it's your focus of your alone time. And that focusing on what you will say. Okay. Yeah, so some shifts in your daily life, your time is necessary. I guess if it's up to you, obviously. But if you want further insight, more information, this life experience thing it's another thing that I'm hearing from this is like it's a transitional thing for you too, where it's like more of what was is it, more of your even recent and a little bit distant past is feeling more and more kind of disjointed, if you will, or like not disjointed. Even your recent past feels like far away, I guess you could say, because you're moving into a different place. And so, hello. And so, as such, you need to prioritize your time, your alone time, and automatic writing would be a good place to start working. Working in meditation, just being open to receive, all that kind of stuff. Right. Yeah, they're just kind of showing me, like, by the time you get to be like you're doing your alone time, you're like, all right, I'm done with people. It's like what they're showing me is like you're too tired to be like, all right, now I'm going to focus on research or learning more about my abilities or meditating or doing any kind of creative projects. You're kind of zoning out in front of the TV, even if you're maybe watching videos like on YouTube, but still it's more focused outward than inward. So that was the very first thing that I heard when I looked at this card, was the need for your solitude in a productive manner. If that's just you consciously sitting there, and just whatever, not when you're zoning out on the couch, like in front of the TV or, whatever, just, your alone time needs to be more productive, basically, is what we're getting at here. And because this next phase that's coming up requires it, you need to have less stimulation in your life. So if it's television or video games or other people or the routine or whatever, who you live with, whatever, I'm seeing kind of a multifaceted amount of different things. You're going to feel this more increased push to reshuffle your time. Okay. So Al, I'm going to go back just a little bit. Extraterrestrials are cool. Yes, they are. I may have interacted with one out of body. Oh, very cool. A peak plasma gem-shaped intelligence. Oh, nice. So that sounds angelic to me. You can be with authoritative. I'm very receptive. You're cute. You're very receptacle. Okay, so yeah, so more alone time, my friend, and just prioritizing what you're doing. So kind of less wasted time, more productive time. Okie dokie. And then Karen says, damn, I was thinking about what you said about taking a short trip, and Tuesday I might have to take an Uber to Henderson, North Carolina to pick up my son for court. And I do think a lot about nature lately. Very cool. Well, I don't know if that's really the type of trip that we were seeing for you, but you could certainly make the most of it, I guess. Definitely. You can at least sort of plan for that. Yeah, exactly. But you can make the most of it, but definitely want to have something else going on. Okay, do you guys see all this light? So let me go get some paint. Where are we at? 2:35. Okay. Let me go get some paint. What colors are we gonna do, you guys? Let's pick 2 colors. No, actually. Let me do this. Let me move some stuff around. Let's decide on a couple of colors, 2 or 3 colors. We could do. I can do 3 different containers. It never occurred to me to do one of these live. Try to move this into a spot where we can see the colors, but I'm usually at a different angle, as you guys know. There we go. Oh, I'm hearing a couple of yellows. Oh, you know what? I have a yellow, but it's pretty pale actually. It'll probably just look really bright. Or I could add some orange to it. I'm really excited, you guys. I did one yesterday. Show you guys. I'm gonna have that up in the next day or stockpiling them. Okay, here's another little one. Oh, that's so bright. And this one just happened to be in the sink. You love that big one? Yeah, it's pretty fun. Gosh, I have ones now that are so much bigger than that. So the negative one and the green and blue and teal one was done in this one. You can see the difference in size. This one is huge. It's massive. Yeah, really big. And walking around with that full of painted water, that's fun. All right, let me grab my paints. Oh, that's peach. Where's that? Oh, there they are. I'm like, what is happening? Okay. So what? Okay, so we're doing yellow, and did I see blue and or purple? Okay, the big one's blue. Okay, so we're gonna do blue. Blue and red and yellow. That we're doing. My red is not as bright as I would like it to be. Right? Oh, I've tried this red. I've used red the last couple of days on my. I've done a couple of these in red, and I liked it, but I was using a different red. So I'm going to use this red and see if this is better. A whole lot. We're going to go, how about we go, want to do, okay, it doesn't matter. I'll figure it out. Seriously. Okay, red. And do blue. Oh, I love blue so much. Oh, I got a blue ready. Oh, you guys, I've got this stuff ready right here. I forgot I made this ready the other day. So I got that ready. So I got red and blue and yellow, right? Okay, let's get the yellow. Birdie! I swear, you could take a rest. It's okay. Okay by me. Oh, shit. That was a lot of yellow. Oh, whoopsie. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, that's yellow. Sweet sauce. Okay. Maybe a little bit more red. Oh, you guys, I'm so excited. You guys are excited as me. I am also, what am I going to do? I am not going to miss this opportunity to also take video of, or with my phone, I should say. Oh, yes, I know. Okay. So it's going to be a little different than usual. Oh, don't be a little biatch. Come on now. I can't use my tripod to set this up because I'm using my tripod with the other thing. I'm just not quite sure. Bear with me, peeps. I would just say, you know, we could, obviously I can use this video too, but this video tends to be a little, Jonas Joe, hello, how are you? Okay, let's see. Oh, I've got, whoa. We're setting up a live bath. And I'm just trying to figure out my other camera here. Or my phone, I should say. Okay. All right. Are we ready? We're ready for some bath time? Yeah. How about some music with bath time? Let's just see what's on here. Some chill beats, peeps. All right, guys. Ready to rock and roll? Well, I think so. Let's see what I'm doing here. Oh, yeah. This. I can't see what I'm doing with my other video things. I know I'm getting late in a really obnoxious way here. Sorry guys, hold on. What I usually do, I can't do right now, so this is okay, sweet. All right, guys, we're gonna do blue first. What are we doing first? Which one are we doing first? Bath time. I'm feeling blue first. How about you guys? Let's do some blue. Oh, that's too much. How's it looking? Blueberries, I know, it's just really cool color. Like, don't too much. Kind of washed out. All right, let's try again with the yellow. It's not as easy as it looks, you guys. There's gotta get a certain drop on it. And not put too much, not put too little. It's not the easiest thing. All right, here we go with some yellow. Ah, that one looks good. That's rad. Oh, can we see? Is it too washed out? Right here it looks good. But it could be too washed out. It's really great. for red. All red. Ready? I want to do this blue again. Seriously. It just washed out so fast. The cool thing about color baths is that it just takes a little bit more water to do one again. I'm going to move this yellow too because it's so washed out. There you go. All right, you guys ready for some blue? Yeah. Sirius. Primary colors. All right, ready for the blue? Hopefully that's not too much light. Right, here we go. I'll do better for it. That's a little better. Nice. Should we add some blue with the red? Maybe a little bit more red. How about we add some yellow orange? Yellow. Different. Let's try this one. Before we lose our light. Ready? Alrighty, guys, let's try some blue in the red. want to try some red in the yellow or some blue in the yellow? Yellow and blue make green. Red and yellow make, well, I guess that'd be more orange. I'm kind of feeling this. I'm kind of feeling the blue. Kind of feeling the blue and the yellow, you guys. That's pretty. I know. Purple. We just need some purple. All right, next, let's do some green in the yellow. I mean some blue in the yellow. I think that would be really fun. 1, 2, and 3. Guys, pink from yesterday. Oh, we put the pink in the blue. I hope it's thick. On my counter, so I'm gonna wipe it up before it's clean. Because I have to spill. I'm not me if I'm not spilling. Seriously. All right, guys. How about some pink in there? Does that sound good? That's true. That green is coming. It did make a cool green. Now I'm interested to see what this pink does with this blue. 1, 2, and 3. Oh, that looks so pretty. I love it. Let's see if we can layer some colors here. Some red, just a little bit of red on top. Yeah, it's pretty cool when you do this, you guys, and then you have these beautiful vases of water that's colored all around everywhere. Like this blue one right here. We've evaporated some of the green, but I got green one right here. one. I have an orange one. A brighter teal one. Neato, huh? It's so much fun. Now, the only thing that can mess this up is a cat. You know what I'm saying. Or me being dum-dums. I have more, but that's all that's gonna fit. I do, I have more. A lot more. I know, I love that pink. Yeah, this pink is really fun. That's orange too. This orange is really bitchin'. So a little preview, you guys, to a video that's going to be coming to you at some point in the future. I did these yesterday. I did several takes. When I start at a decent time, I can do like 2, 3, 4 takes. Because it takes it like, it's easy to mess up a pour. It doesn't seem like it, but it can just miss. What I really want to get are like little squeezers, little squeeze like dropper things. Like turkey basters that don't leak, something like that, so I can squeeze in instead of pouring it in, because it's a little hard to control. Nevertheless, if you quote unquote mess it up, you just pour out the water and you do it again. There's nothing permanent about it. It's really, and then once you're done, you can just let them sit around or overnight or not. Just keep cycling them through. Highly recommended, you guys, do in your own space. You don't have to make videos. But when I started filling up my vases with just water and having, because I collect glass, so I haven't really, I've acquired a few more since I started doing this, but I love glass, I love vases, I love bowls. I have a shit ton of I have so many. I don't even know how many I have. I have so many of them. And when I started just filling them up with water, just clear water and having them around the house, I immediately loved that versus just empty vases, having the water. And then I was getting to make the colored water. And as I was making the colored water and pouring the color in, I was like, wow, that looks so cool. I've always loved that kind of look. And colors combined with water and that vibe, you know? And it just kind of, I was like, you know, if you're playing the slow motion video, you can really see that evolve. And I just love how that looks. Aside from the color therapy and what the different colors invoke. And if you saw my video from yesterday in that, the negative rainbow one, there's a whole, in the description, there's a lot of information there. So hopefully you guys read all that. A ton of information there about the different colors, what they do when you're in balance and out of balance with the different colors, because corresponding to the different chakras and how that works within your body. So aside from it looking really cool and being really pretty, it's functional for clearing you and healing you and setting a tone and a vibe, and you have all these colors around your environment in a really intentional way. And you can just, you know, have 5 different shades of green if you're in a green mood one day. You know, it doesn't have to be anything permanent. And it only requires a tiny bit of paint to do this. I taste them. The orange looks yummy. It does, doesn't it? It does look tasty. That's funny. They all look good. They all look like a color that I would want inside of me, actually. All right, guys. So here we are. It is 6:10. And we've done our color bath. We've done our tarot and our oracle. And the only thing left to do today is our astral. Although, I need food really bad. I have not been able to maintain any kind of, oh, that sucks. Aw, I put this little cup in front of my camera, so it's recording nothing this whole last time. Be more mindful, Infinity. At least we got it here. So yeah, I need food. So what we can do is just kind of, I'm just going to leave this on and let this go, let the music play. I'm going to grab, yeah, break time for food. Absolutely. I'm just going to let this go and let this play while I grab some food real quick. And then that way we can just stay here. I'm going to think about having another feed just for the meditation. But right now I just need food. Need food. So go ahead, take a break, go get your food, and feel free to sit in front of the colors, eat. I'm gonna get some food. And we will regroup here. Let's just say like 10, 15 minutes, something like that. 15 minutes, somewhere there. Just joining us. Please. And bye. Okay. Oh, my tummy's a growling. That's a powerhouse, easy to get down. Packs a punch. Bananas, blueberries. Oh, my blueberries, baby. Give me a knife. we haven't even gotten to the meditation yet. Is it okay if she stays there a little bit longer? Oh, that's exactly what I needed. I had one of these for dinner yesterday, too. Come to think of it. Uh-oh. Yay! Hooray! Holy moly, that's delicious. Oh my goodness. This is hitting the spot in such a good way. Alright. Move some stuff here. I'm ready to sit. Hi, I'm ready to sit. What is the problem? Oh, seriously? Oh, okay. Oh well, say la vie. The first thing I messed up. I'll be lost. I usually have my window open, but when I'm in live, I shut it so I don't get interrupted by outside and the noises out there. People out there being noisy, I should say, as they are often. Okay. It's a little dark. Nice. Perfect. You're doing your own. I just made a smoothie. That's so delicious. It is really good. I have bananas and blueberries and strawberries and cherries. Cherries, there's nothing like cherries in a smoothie, and usually people don't get cherries in smoothies. These cherries are kind of a pain to deal with. You have to cut them up, take the pits out, but I don't care. I love cherries, and I put cherries in my smoothies quite often. Oh, so good. And then I use banana almond milk. So there's banana puree and the almond milk. And then regular almond milk or oat milk. I've been drinking oat milk, which is really yummy. Really, really good. And honey. That's all I have in it today. It is really good. It's hitting the spot. I had pretty much, well, not the cherry part, but I had a smoothie last night for dinner too. Last night, it really wasn't about time. It was more about what sounded good, and I could not. Nothing sounded good. And I also didn't want to make anything. I was just like, smoothie! This is fantastic. And it was fantastic, just like this one is. I wish I had more. I'm trying to pace myself. Oh my gosh. That sound bath was fun. So it turned out that where I had my phone setting up and recording, and I took one of the cups that I used to pour with, and I just stuck it right in front of the camera lens of the phone. So, but it's towards the end when I was putting, going through like the third and whatever time, going into the water and putting out the various other bowls and bases. You couldn't see any of that. All you can see is my little cup. But everything before that I got. So that, and you could see me walking around and stuff. So I think that'll be a fun one. And note to self, watch where you're putting stuff in front of your camera. Sometimes. Silliness. Oh, it's going to take a minute for that to hit. So is everybody getting food? Hopefully everybody's getting food and will be in with their satisfied bellies before we get started in astral. So I guess technically we have had between 5 and 10 people here today, but looks like we're just gonna have a couple in our astral. Whew. It seems lately like my metabolism is so fast. It's like I eat and a couple hours later, but I can never eat a whole lot. That's the thing too. I can't, I like bottom out in small portions. So I can't do large portions that'll keep me stuffed for a long period of time. At least not often. Every so often I can. And then I'll be like, wow, I'm still not hungry and it's been 4 hours. It's usually rare. I go back 2-3 hours and I'm like, it's like I didn't eat all day. Oh my God, I didn't eat today. And I'm like, yeah, I did. It's just been 2 hours. You're like a baby that needs to be nursed. Give her a bottle. Smoothie. Yeah, I am gonna wish I had 2 of these. Or maybe I just need to let it hit my stomach. And also have a couple chips. Okay. Mm. These are really good. Let me show you why. They're fresh made tortilla chips at our local Mexican restaurant. They taste so good. 3 hours, 33 minutes, 33 seconds. Peace, family. 3 people. 3, 3, 3, 3, 3. Wow. Feeling our divine counterparts with us. Yeah. When you go to a Mexican restaurant and they make their own tortilla chips, and these are like super thin. Super, super thin. Yep. It's delicious. Like they're overpriced. Way overpriced. Very yummy. You see 3 people, 7 likes. I see 3 people, 6 likes. I keep closing the bag like I'm done, but I'm not. My stomach is beginning to recognize the fact that there's something there. I was so hungry. I'm like, I don't even want to eat anything. What can I get in me as soon as possible? Man, brutal. Brutal. Weird. I only see 6. Odd. That's weird. That happens a lot. That's interesting. Oh, I don't remember, and I don't like it when I do that. Oh, can't remember. Where's my tea? I need my tea. Oh, yeah, that's what I was going to say. You know, it takes sometimes more than 20 minutes for our brains and our brains to register that we're satisfied in our stomachs or full. This is why people overeat, because they're just shoveling. So most people eat way too fast. Every single overweight person eats too fast. There is not a single overweight person that is a slow eater. And I'm talking about like really overweight. You know what I mean? Like overweight. Because when you like eat really, really fast, you're like barely conscious of, you're barely eating, tasting, feeling, enjoying the food. Especially if it's like the comfort food stuff. And that could be cheese or chocolate or pastries or pie or any of that stuff. It could even be your, you know, yummy dinner that when you're in like inhaling food, you're like hungry, 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 hungry. And then you're stuffed. And that is so bad. Your stomach gets stretched out. You eat way more than you need to. So bad for you digestively. You need to eat slow. It is so chopsticks, one bite at a time. Yeah, like I take a bite and I put down my burger or my sandwich or my fork or my everything. I don't just bite. Unless I'm like really, really like I'm starving, I might take 2 or 3 bites to start off and then I like slow it down because you really want to be conscious and savor and taste your food. And if you're super fast about it, you're not doing that. That's why a lot of people are like, I'll have 3 or 4 pieces of cake or pie because you didn't taste the first 2 or 3. You need multiple servings of something to actually get the fulfillment of it. Meanwhile, it's good to eat stuff. Yeah, chopsticks, whatever, you know. But the rule of thumb is if you want it, one of the easiest ways to lose weight, not saying anybody here needs to, I'm just saying in general for everybody, one of the easiest ways to lose weight is stop drinking things that are not water or tea, or drink very little of that, and then eat slowly. If you just do those 2 things, you'll lose weight. Eat like half as fast as you normally do. Most people eat so fast. You ever sit down with somebody and then like by the time like you're like situated, you got your food, they got their food, you've taken a couple bites, you've talked, you look down and their plate is empty and you're like, what? We got our food 2 minutes ago and your food is gone? And then, yeah, way too fast. So anyway. We tend to rush through things. Alrighty, guys. Yeah. Yeah, I wasn't always a slow eater. I adopted that speed over time and being guided. I try not to let myself get too hungry, so I'm not in that state of needing the food too fast, but it does happen, especially when you're somebody like me who gets hungry fast and hard. I really can relate to the hummingbird. Parents used to rush you to eat. Yeah, it's so unhealthy. It's just a really, I mean, we've all been there. I mean, it's not like a judgment or anything. It's just we've all been there with ourselves, with our own families, when we were kids, having our own kids, whatever, where we're like on the go, just get something in your face, let's go. I know. Luckily, we're not in those spaces anymore, and we're somewhere different where we can be more conscious about our food consumption and how we're doing it, when we're doing it, and the speed in which we're doing it. And, like, seriously, let's say I have a brownie. I take a bite of brownie, and I take as long as I can to chew that brownie, to taste that brownie, that brownie. Every bite I'm taking, I am maximizing the pleasure and the enjoyment of the brownie. I spread that brownie over days, literally. Get a brownie at the store, it's like this big, and I'll just take a couple bites every day. Sometimes I'll get to like the last piece of the brownie and it's dried out and I don't even eat it. That's how slow I'll eat a brownie. So I don't need a whole brownie. I don't even need a half a brownie. I just need a couple bites to like, yeah, goodness. Gooey, chocolatey, yummy goodness all up in my mouth. A couple of them, I'm good. Yeah, savor it. And that reminds me of I saw that search again with the Ormus thing, and I just haven't had the time to even look into. I'm like, yeah, there it is again, the Ormus stuff. What is that? Yeah, she mentioned it in my last, I think it was my last live. Some kind of supplement, right? I have never, you love chocolate brownies, but you eat it all at once. Yeah, I don't think my system can handle too much like intense doses of sugar all at once. So I just need like the littlest bits. And it's really weird too, because essentially I have a sweet tooth and I am a sweet like person. Like I like sweets. I've always have. But my scale and capacity for sweets has gone down considerably in the last few years. Since my whole awakening and stuff, everything's changed. Everything's changed. Everything. There isn't anything about my life that is remotely the same as it was a few years ago. So, oh my God, I love chocolate. Hey, Sean. You used to be a sweetaholic. Yeah. I'm glad you made it. How you been? Happy 8/8. Yeah, now I don't even eat Snickers anymore. Did I tell you guys this? I think I did. I had to stop eating Snickers. I used to be a Snickers addict, and I'm really into the sweets at night. So the sun goes down and the sweets, the need for sweets ramps up. Chocolate especially. That late night chocolate. And my favorite thing is dark chocolate covered raisins. I've been doing that for a while. I love it. It's good for you. It satiates the sweet. And you don't need that much chocolate, so you have it on your raisins. And raisins are good for you. America high vibe chocolate. Yeah, but I still don't know what Ormus is. I need to look into that. Whatever Ormus is. I've never heard of it until you brought it up, and I need to do that. Your weakness is Cheetos? Oh my God. The crunchy kind? I can't remember the last time I had some Cheetos. Those are used to be one of my favorites. I think there's too much preservatives and not good stuff in them anymore. I don't even crave them anymore, but I used to love Cheetos, the crunchy kind. Yeah, send me an email. What? Who's trying to do that? Sean says they are trying to designate Halloween to be celebrated on the last Sunday of October instead of the 31st. Snickers will give away 1 million bars if this is passed. Does Snickers care? There's more candy bought and sold and consumed on a Sunday than on a Wednesday. How weird. That's a bars and some more alcohol. I mean, why else is that important to anybody? What day of the week Halloween falls on? I mean, I know if you're like into boozing it up and partying, you don't want your Halloween night to be on a Monday. I get it, but really? Oh yeah, the preservatives are gnarly in that. There's certain things that it's like, and if I do eat them, I'm like, oh. Not that it makes me sick. I just know I'm consuming more inorganic stuff than organic. More not real than real. And my body just is not into that. So like just earlier, I'm like, I'm starving. What did I have? I had a bite of like cookie or something like that. And I'm like, you know, I got something in my mouth. But then I had a cherry and I just went, oh, yes. Like it just instantly made me feel better. And the cookie was just like, whatever. Yeah. So it's the vibrational thing when we're putting stuff in our mouth and in our body instantly, energetically, we know. Feeding into our energy or depleting our energy? Is it taking more energy to process this whatever that we're consuming? And is it more energetically detrimental to our overall health to try to process this through, like Willow and your cheese? That's why it's like find the cheese that doesn't cause so many problems. So you might want to try back to that just for a brief second. You might want to try like a Parmesan cheese, like a dry aged Parmesan cheese that you can just slice off little like pieces of, and you can still, that's what I do because I effing love cheese, but I'm sensitive to the dairy. I'm sensitive to the energy of the cow milk in the cheese. But I find that if it's been dried out a lot, if those fats have been kind of eliminated to a certain degree, it doesn't affect me so much. It's a big deal, really? It's a big deal. Okay. I can feel all the processed fiction food now. Yeah, it makes me sick. Yeah, it's bad. Oh my God, last week was the first day after 2 weeks of having a chocolate cookie. When I had that bite, oh my God, it was so relaxing. That's so cute. I'm going to be a blueberry one day. Somebody loves their blueberries. If I eat shitty, I feel like crap. Yeah. I love blueberries too. Blueberries, cherries, strawberries. Yeah. Yeah, well, the least amount of processed animal GMO business up in your body, the better. I mean, it's pretty obvious. The more live nutrients and energy that you're putting into your live body is better for you. And especially if you're using a spectrum of color in your food. So, and we get to a point, I mean, a lot, I've met so many people so resistant to the changes, like Karen was saying, oh my God, I'm so different now than I used to be. It didn't happen overnight. Can you imagine if you're you from a year ago showed up today and said, you're going to eat like this tomorrow. And you were like, no, I'm not. It's sometimes it's like stop and go, but it is a process. And then you're just like, I'm not even anywhere remotely into the things that I used to be into and love to eat and be okay with. And now I can't even eat Snickers anymore. I eat a Snickers and the next morning it's Toilet City. Wah, wah. Same thing with coffee. Can't do coffee anymore. So I basically cut out coffee and Snickers at the same time because I was like, oh, is it coffee? And then it was both. It was coffee and Snickers. So it was like coffee during the day, Snickers at night, made for a a belly. Like it didn't keep me up at night, but I'd wake up in the morning and my stomach would just be like, let it like just get it out. I'm sorry if this is gross, but that's what I was dealing with. And then I'm like, what am I doing? And how is this affecting my rest and my sleep if I'm waking up to an upset stomach every day? So I just had to stop that. And sometimes you just, just takes a while before you're like, oh, is it that? Is that what the problem is? Because it hasn't been a problem before. So it takes a beat for you to go, wait, could this be it? So, and then your body just takes over. Basically, your body says not as much sugar, not as much meat or no meat, not as much dairy. I mean, my dairy consumption, my cheese consumption has gone drastically down. I mean, I could pound away a big, fat, homemade cheese-filled quesadilla on the daily and top pretty much every single one of my meals with cheese. And I get the blocks of cheese and I slice off cheese. So just go town. So I don't do it as much because I know I know that energetically it's heavy on my body and it's not, it just doesn't, but I still have cheese. Aw, thank you. Orange bell pepper, green cucumber, blueberries, red tomato, yellow plum. Yum. I know. Perfect. That's what you had today to eat? And some cheese. And Karen's been eating a lot of veggies, fruits, rice, beans, and Cheetos. Look at you guys. You seeing the cheese Cheetos? They did find out that, and I don't know if you guys have heard this, it wasn't that long ago that they scientifically proved that cheese is addictive. Literally like an addiction, like Coke or Coke. All forms of Coke or anything, you know what I mean? It's an alcohol, it's chocolate too, but cheese, there is a component, there's an enzyme in cheese that we become physically addicted to. There's something in cheese. This is why people are fucking insane for cheese. You're not alone. It's a struggle because there's something in cheese that makes it very difficult to walk away from, basically. It's extraordinarily addictive. If you research cheese and its addictive components, it will blow your brain. So you have to, like, that's what, when I learned that, I'm like, oh, so there is a thing, because I used to be even more than I am now. So into cheese, I would have like 12 different cheeses at home all the time. Now I have 3. I shit you not, seriously. From brie to string to cheddar to jack to provolone to mozzarella, Havarti, Parmesan, the all of it, feta. And then the study came out and said cheese is highly addictive, and this is why you got problems, people. And I was like, oh, it's real. It is addictive. Man, I haven't smoked for years, but I'm still eating cheese. I don't know, I'm just saying. Well, there actually is cheese in Cheetos. So you are getting your cheese. It's just dehydrated, powdered down with a bunch of other shit, but there is some cheese in there. Oh, I know, provolone cheese is so good. Provolone cheese is one of my favorites for sure. Havarti has got to be, and I haven't had some in a really long time, but Havarti, I could plow through some. Have you ever had Havarti cheese, you guys? It's delicious. But It's a real soft cheese. Might be too fatty for Willow Pillow. It is a struggle. Struggle's real, man. Let's not downplay the issue with cheese here, people. It's real. It's a real thing. I mean, I know I'm like laughing at it, but it's like, because it's kind of ridiculous. People have this is like the major hurdles for transitioning from vegetarianism to veganism. It's not. It's for most people, it's the cheese. Letting go of meat is like a no-brainer. Letting go of cheese, that's a tough one. That's tough. Oh shit! Your Dower Shore pizza place. Oh good lord! I love pizza. You're vegan. That's awesome. That's awesome. A lot of people have a hard time being a vegan because of the dairy. They can do no meat, but it's like, oh, dairy. And when I do dairy, I do try to do organic. If you can get organic dairy, organic cheese, that's way better. Your system definitely knows the difference. Organic butter, organic milks, organic, or any kind of organic dairy, you're going to have a healthier cow and a healthier product to eat. Oh, it's so addictive. It's so I don't know how, like, I don't know, maybe someday I'll be like, no cheese. I'm not into pressuring myself over it. I'm just conscious of the effects of it and how addicting it is. So I eat like a vegan now, except for the Cheetos. You need your own cow. You start making your own cheese. Oh, goodness gracious. That's hilarious. I want my own chickens. I don't know about my own cow for my own cheese, because that sounds like a lot of work. But I would love to have my own chickens for my own eggs. I only do free range, organic eggs. And I don't even nearly eat as many eggs as I used to. But when I do, those are the eggs that I eat. I haven't been able to eat regular eggs in a couple years now. I remember one time I bought a croissant breakfast sandwich. It had, the cheap eggs, the tortured chicken eggs. I almost spit it out. I was so excited, happy, and hungry. Croissant and eggs and avocado and tomato and cheese, of course. Took one bite of that thing and went, I woke up that day unable to eat regular eggs anymore. That meant that any place that I go for any kind of like breakfast restaurant type place, I cannot eat the eggs there. Unless it's like a nice restaurant that's like vegan or healthy, really healthy, and then they get free range eggs. Then I can have the eggs. But other than that, I cannot eat normal eggs. I can literally taste the sadness and feel the low vibration of where the eggs come from. It's extraordinarily difficult to even have it in my mouth. It's crazy. I mean, it's not crazy. It just it happened to me a few times with food, where I'm surprised by my energetic reaction. Like, really? I can't eat this meal I just prepared because now I can't eat this stuff anymore. Awesome! I'm still hungry. Like your body just says, no more. All right, guys. Oh, popcorn. I don't really do cheese popcorn. I've never really been into cheese popcorn. I like caramel popcorn and I like kettle corn popcorn. Yeah, it definitely takes a little bit. And this is why I do the dairy in like small doses. I haven't had regular milk Well, actually, I had a shake the other day, and I know that they put regular milk in it, and it definitely gave me gas. Big time. Like, where's the elephant? What's happening? Like, I'm like, what's happening? Well, I haven't heard these noises out of my body, and I don't even know how long. What's happening? And then it was like, milkshake. I went, oh, wait, milkshake. Yeah. Because I haven't had like milk in a long time. And there's something about like, I do eat regular ice cream. I buy just Breyer's ice cream. So I guess that's like one. And then there's the cheese, but like a whole big ass. And I didn't even drink it all at once. I had it like slowly throughout the evening, and then I kind of pounded it late at night. So of course the elephant comes rushing through in the middle of the night. Note to self, milkshakes have milk. Ridiculous. Meat is low vibrational. It is it is like one of the lowest vibrational things you can do to yourself is to consume flesh of another animal. I mean, the milk stuff is its own thing, but it's not anywhere the same as actual flesh. And the amount of energy it takes to process that through, and what sticks of their energy in you time and time and time and time and time again. Just think about that, meal after meal after meal after meal after meal, every single day, every single week, every single year, year after year, decade after decade. That's a lot of negative energy. You know, this is why we get sick. This is why we get flus. This is why we have these spontaneous detox, like I've talked about, where you're just like bleh, sick. Your body's just like, fuck you and the shit you do to me. You're in bed for 2 weeks and everything's coming out of every orifice. Have it your way. That's what that is. People think, oh, I got the flu. I'm sick. No. And then people get energetically contagious. Like one spontaneous detox sets off another spontaneous detox, especially for people in close proximity to each other, because the body, like much like a yawn, like if I yawn, you yawn, because my brain is getting more oxygen and pumping up my brain cells and making me smarter in an instant. So your brain goes, oh, well, we can't have that. Yawn. I need my air too to get to my brain. So you can't be smarter than me. That's literally what a yawn is. And it even works between, you know, people and animals. And so it's the same thing. Your body is having a spontaneous detox, so you get the flu, and that no medication is going to touch. Wonder why. And other than the symptom medicines, like those things, let's make your symptoms better, which is really just shutting down your energetic centers that is trying to release all this shit from. So your butt, your gut, your face, your chest, all this stuff is coming out. And so that's why I tell people, if you happen to get a cold or a flu, most likely it's energetically related. You're having a spontaneous detox. Don't take a bunch of shit to hinder the process. Try to, use the nature stuff to make you feel better. Showers, baths, soaks, steam, essential oils, things like that. Willow. People start talking like idiots. You're like, oh! Can we make you smarter? Yeah, I wish it worked that way. Oh, I'm dying. Okay, I needed this time to let this. That's hilarious. Oh my god! I don't think there's some people that a million yawning people at them wouldn't help. Anyway, I needed this time to let my body soak in the vibrations and the energy of my smoothie because it just I wasn't gonna keep putting stuff up in there, but it took a while. Yeah, I feel it. I think I'm just gonna have a little bit more of that banana almond milk, and then you guys, let's get into the meditation. And I am kind of thinking that we should probably start a new feed because this one is at 4 hours and 8 minutes already, and I don't want it to get cut off. So we've gone this long, obviously, and of course, so maybe that's what we'll do right now is a quick restart. Oh, that's way better. I don't know why. I thought it was so red in here. Weird. We'll just do a real quick restart. And then get back into astral, or get into astral, start getting into astral. Oh, I need this. Like, I got pressure up in here. Yeah. Okay. So let's do that, guys. So I'm just going to shut this feed down and then we'll pick it right back up. I'm just going to title it the Lionsgate Meditation. I'm going to title it Part 2, the meditation. That's what I'll do. Sure hope this brand, maybe somebody should be on at me. All right, guys. I will see you in just a couple of minutes. I thought somebody was coming. I'll see you guys in just a couple of minutes. Okay. Bye. Oh, my goodness.